I'm going to record this because I have to document it. So with all of that, is just needing to get into the nitty gritty of what we're going to do this year that will help us be STEAM certified. And as I said it yesterday a whole bunch of times, the whole goal is not necessarily to get a sticker on our wall, on our paper, whatever. It's really like to do justice for the kids. And we know that having finely crafted lessons that let the kids be heard and seen is a way to build a bridge for those inequities that exist. So I'm going to go ahead and kind of backtrack because I always want us to be aware of the why. Why is it that we're doing this? Again, it's not just to become certified, it's to really do justice where injustice is prevalent. And so you guys, I'm going to keep on going back to this issue of inequity and how it's something that has to be addressed. There's no way that we can approach teaching without addressing these. So I wanted to start with one of my favorite speakers of all time, Martin Luther King. And I thought, he has the famous speeches of I Have a Dream, but there's so many other speeches that he has that are equally as powerful. And sometimes I think even more powerful. But this is, it's called Remaining Awake Through a Great Revolution. And it's incredibly powerful. We're only going to listen to a few minutes of this, but I think it just sets the groundwork for what we want to try to accomplish here. So this is Martin Luther King.
Arresting little story from the pen of Washington Irving, entitled Rip Van Winkle. The one thing that we usually remember about the story is that Rip Van Winkle slept 20 years. But that is another point in that little story that is almost always completely overlooked. It was a sign in the end from which Rip went up in the mountain for his long sleep. When Rip Van Winkle went up in the mountain, the sign had a picture of King George III of England. When he came down 20 years later, the sign had a picture of George Washington, the first president of the United States. And Rip Van Winkle looked up at the picture of George Washington, but in looking at the picture, he was amazed. He was completely lost. He knew not who he was. And this reveals to us that the most striking thing about the story of Rip Van Winkle is not merely that Rip slept 20 years, but that he slept through a revolution while he was peacefully snoring up in the mountain. A revolution was taking place that at points would change the course of history. And Rip knew nothing about it. He was asleep. Yes, he slept through a revolution.
And so with that, it's just realizing that we are in a certain very, Martin Luther King, he's amazing. Well beyond his time is how I see it. And realizing that we are in the midst of our own revolution and our own time era, and that we really do have the option of kind of checking out and being asleep, or sort of facing and confronting these issues that affect our inner city students directly. And so with that is just kind of needing to always understand the why, that right now we're beginning our year and we have the option of being awake during this time or choosing to sort of check out. And so what I want to do is just continue this sort of the idea that really making it clear on how the systems that we have been faced with in our educational system, our whole system, it's really based on a history of inequity. And what we see in our classroom, what we deal with at 10 o'clock, at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, has different layers that go back into history. And so this is a really quick video, but I think it's purposeful because it sets the foundation for what you're going to deal with in next week, are things that are systemically in place that are leading to the emotional, the well-being of the students. So this is called the race, the house that we live in.
In the 1930s, the federal government created the Federal Housing Administration, whose job it was to provide loans or the backing for loans to average Americans so they could purchase a home.
Federal programs and banks sank millions into the home construction industry. Their message to veterans: you can afford a new home. Buy a new home now. Tax dollars help make the single-family home a mass-produced consumer item. The American dream had a new name: suburbia.
We came to Levittown and we found the model house, and we walked in and we looked around, and of course, in the eyes of a young man who was raised in the ghetto, so to speak, it was an interesting experience, interesting lifestyle, seeing all the new modern conveniences, very fascinating.
Eugene Burnett came home with almost 1 million other Black GIs. They had fought for the country in segregated ranks. They returned hoping for equality and the American dream. For many, that dream was a new home for little money down and some of the easiest credit terms in history.
I went up to the salesman. We're interested in your home. We're interested in buying one. And what is the procedure? Is there an application to be filled out? So forth. So he looked at me, looked around, and he said to me, he says, listen, it's not me, but the owners of this development have not as yet decided to sell these homes to Negroes.
The FHA underwriters warned that the presence of even 1 or 2 non-white families could undermine real estate values in the new suburbs. These government guidelines were widely adopted by private industry. Race had long played a role in local real estate practices. Starting in the 1930s, government officials institutionalized a national appraisal system where race was as much a factor in real estate assessment as the condition of the property. Using this scheme, federal investigators evaluated 239 cities across the country for financial risk.
So that those communities that were all white, suburban, and far away from minority areas, they received the highest rating, and that was the color green. Those communities that were all minority or in the process of changing, they got the lowest rating, and the color red. They were redlined. As a consequence, most of the mortgages went to suburbanizing America, and it suburbanized it racially.
As homes in white communities appreciated in value, the net worth of these white families grew. For most non-white families who stayed in urban neighborhoods, the housing market open to them in the 50s and 60s was largely a rental market. You don't gain equity by paying rent.
Where one's family lives in America is not just a matter of taste and preference. You have the issue of housing and wealth. The majority of Americans hold most of their wealth in the form of home equity. So that's their nest egg. That's how they can finance the education of their offspring. That's how they can sort of save up for retirement. It's their savings bank, right? They're living in their savings bank.
And so, yeah, just kind of wanting to put that little phrase again, where it's how we finance education. It's how wealth is passed on generationally from one group of people to the next. And like they said, most of all of the country, the wealth is in housing. And so, how on earth does this apply to us as Placencia teachers? So we have here, this was a nice little compelling article about how, in Los Angeles specifically, this is from the statistics, the 2020 statistics, on how, you have 68% of the renters are Black Americans, and just a bunch of how that system from a long time ago is really affecting the housing situation here in LA. So there's a direct connection to what has happened with the redlining system and how it specifically affects LA, and how it specifically, more importantly, affects the resources in inner city schools. Because how do we fund schools, you guys? How do we fund it? We get it from the state, right? They give us a pew purple spending, which is really bleak. So how do you offset it? You offset it by the property taxes in your area. So whereas Beverly Hills, their property taxes are insane, that money is resource backed into that educational system that supports opportunities for students in the inner cities. So it's all by ways of opportunities that are favorable to one economic group versus another economic group. And that's what we're facing here. Lack of opportunities and a lack of resources that directly lead into statistics like this. So workers in science and in engineering occupations, you have white men, 49%, white women, 31% in science and in engineering occupations. And if you go down this little statistic here, you can see that Hispanic women, Black women, Black men, Hispanic men are hugely underrepresented. And when you look at the statistics, you know that all of this goes back to the experiences that students have in primary grades. So as much as all of this, like, why is Ms. Montañez showing us about the house that we live in and how economics is tied to resources in the school? It all makes a difference because we can see that they interviewed people in STEM fields and in math fields, and the overwhelming number of students that had previous exposure either at home or in early elementary experiences, that experience directly led them into the science and math field. And so we have to address the fact that, first of all, we have to give them the opportunities in very creative ways because we don't have a lot of resources. And then we have to do well by providing these opportunities and these experiences for our students so that we can build these bridges in these statistics. So, this is, we want and we believe that everyone deserves access to a quality education. And how do we do that? There's hundreds of research that supports the fact that the more that you hear the students, the more you meet them where they're at, the more that gap is bridged, and it directly is related to academic successes in students. So there's like an institutional culture of care that you nurture the individual students where they're at. So I always want us to go back to understand the why of what we're doing. Lorena has a lot of experience. You guys all have tons of experience. You guys could work anywhere, but you are working in an inner city school that has deficits that need to be met. And you can't walk in just saying, I just want to teach. I just just really love math and I just want to teach it. You have to address these deficits and how they surface it for the students. So with all that being said, we're going to go ahead and dive into the heart and soul. So our objective for today, we understood a little bit of the why of what we're doing. Does anyone have any questions or comments or anything? I'd love to hear what you guys are thinking.
I think we could probably talk for hours about this.
For sure.
My one takeaway, I think you point out the statistics at the end about the underrepresentation of 4 different demographic groups, and I think it was the field of STEM,
Mhm,
for science and engineering,
mhm.
and then the statistic that was before that was, or not the statistic, but the fact before that was that if you want to talk about middle class Caucasians,
Mhm.
their investment or their savings, typically speaking, is their home. So I was just thinking about, I mean, I know our kids are 6 and 7 and 10 years old, but how do we, I definitely know we're going to talk about activities and things to do with them and hands-on experiences and teaching from the student outwards, but maybe how do we help them develop, in quotes, some sort of savings bank of their own, to, or
Mhm.
lead them in that direction, right? It could be a matter of knowledge that leads to one thing to another thing, but something to think about.
And I love that you brought that up because we all know, and it's uncontestable, that the great economic equalizer is education. And so, how do we present this to kids so that they have these opportunities? So, this is our approach. This is us tackling real life world problems by providing a quality education where the students are heard and seen, because we know that that's what makes a big difference. And I know that, I mean, we've worked with Susie a lot. I know her story about her math. I don't know if I think it was your math teacher, your science teacher from a long time ago. Like, there are people who have been instrumental, who have made a huge difference. And that's what we want to be for our students as well as we approach this year. So thank you for that, O'Neill. I appreciate it, because we know that education is the great equalizer. With that being said, we know that education in the inner city is going to look very different than the education in more affluent areas. Even one of the things, like my son's girlfriend, she lives in Newport Beach. She's has a whole different economic class than we do, but it's like every single Saturday my son isn't able to hang out with her because she's taking these SAT preps, and these are like $1,000 a pop, and it's something that of course I could never ever afford, being where I'm from and what I have and what cultural what capital I have in my possession. I just don't have that, but I know that she's going to do really well comparably because of the economic opportunity that she has to be able to afford these things. So anything else, Miss Ponce Navarro, Mrs. Robles?
I want to add one thing before they jump.
Yes, please.
Sorry, I don't think it's just education. I think education is really powerful.
Mhm.
I think the other thing is, and this phrase is wrong, but that we need to help them recognize their voice. I don't want to give them a voice because they already have it, but they need to be able to, okay, so I'm educated, but I need to be able to stand up and
Mhm.
say and, fight for myself. So something to do with voice, encourage voice. And I think that really speaks to what you were saying about starting with the kids with education. It's not me telling the kids what to do and they sit there and be quiet, which I do sometimes. It's having them speak up and be strong.
Yeah. And I feel very connected to what you said, because I feel like that's a little bit of me. I was telling Esteban, like, oh, I just feel like there's a certain insecurity that I walk into this, this little professional development thinking like, under what authority am I going to inspire teachers? Like, I was like, I feel nervous about this because, like, who am I? There's a certain, like, I'm not worthy of this, but it's like, no, I have to find my voice because I know that this is the right way. And this is the way that will bring success for all students. I'm not in it just to have one half of my class succeed. I'm in it to have all of my students succeed. And it does mean breaking down a system that is unfavorable for some of our kids. Yeah.
I'll add something. going back to like the housing and, being a homeowner and the dream and the whole thing, I think that, once you're in it, like in my experience, for example, we go into things not knowing
Mhm.
a lot. Um, Definitely understanding the way the system works
Mhm.
is very important. And also, because the system, a lot of people, a lot of minorities can end up in a home but not keep it.
Mhm.
And just like the way the system is set up, like when they can get loans and when they're not available for people,
Mhm.
it's all very, I don't want to use the word scam,
Mhm.
but you have to really know the way things work, and just from my experience. So education is definitely important, and also giving people that confidence of doing your own research. It's okay to have your own opinion about things and
Absolutely.
solve problems in just a different way from, because just like that video with the FHA. So
Mhm.
we're thinking that they're there to promote equality
Mhm.
and all these things, but the only times that they offer loans to minorities is when housing prices are ridiculous. They never give anyone a loan when they're like, you know, $200,000 homes, or, it's always when they're really expensive. So anyway, so I just think, yeah, education. So this reminds me of PBL, right?
Yeah, for
'Cause I
sure.
got in it and I learned the system once I was in it, because I realized that I had no clue
Mhm.
about how things work. Um, so yeah, so I think the project-based learning is just like more than creating little crafts and things like that.
Mm.
I think it's more about really understanding things, even if we're designing a shoe or whatever.
Mhm.
It has there's so many more components to it.
Mhm.
So but yeah, but definitely I agree that the key to success is definitely education. But I also feel like Mr. O'Neill said, like giving our students that self-confidence to speak,
Mhm.
and then but being open to different opinions too, because then sometimes people give their opinion and they're shut down because it's not what others think. So it's just like this whole balance of,
Absolutely.
you know,
Yeah. Thank you, Susie. Anybody else want to chime in? Don't have to. All right. So just going moving on. So this is where we're at, is now sort of bridging what the passion that we want to take into this year, and making it live, making it something tangible. So we have here this vision, and we looked at the framework yesterday, and I believe Susie shared that it says that a STEAM vision is created by all stakeholders, students, teachers, admin, parents. It's posted in the school plan and throughout the school, and all stakeholders, including students, can state and articulate the vision, like they should know what it is. And it's used to inform school decision making. The environments and lessons are aligned with the STEAM vision and feel that their views or opinions are valued. So going into what Susie says, that even if it's a difference of opinion, it's equally valued. And so, what our action plan is, initially I thought, okay, we'll go into like little breakup groups and start kind of putting verbs and words in on what our magnet vision can be. But Esteban, kind of was like, I think everybody should kind of work on this together and not have a little group. So what I did is I have some sort of magnet visions that I got just from Googling it. And I wanted to see if maybe we could kind of start forming, sometimes we put too much thought into something, but I want us to kind of walk into it and start forming a vision for our own magnet. So here's some examples. I don't know if you guys could see it or if you want me to, but here's one. And so here's Loma Steam Magnet. I just basically I just basically Googled at Lomita STEAM, we're science, we like it, we experiment like scientists. We produce with technology, we build like engineers, we create like artists, and we solve like mathematicians. I kind of like that one. And then it says our STEAM vision, Lomita provides a nurturing education whereby all students excel in STEAM to become leaders of tomorrow's 21st century world. And then we aim to educate students of diverse backgrounds to effectively communicate while cooperating with others, gather and use information intelligently, and make responsible decisions. In addition to balanced literacy, students will be exposed to a rigorous curriculum with special emphasis in the areas of science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. And then here, Lomita leopards, they think critically, collaborate, communicate, and build character. So I like that one. So that's just one that we can use to form ours. And then let's go back into this. This is another one. And if someone can help me, so I can grab some water. This is Cantara Street School. I'm going to make it a little bit larger. And would someone help read their vision?
Cantara Vapor Magnet staff and community partners are committed to nurture a love of learning through integrated and discrete arts education that honors the unique gifts and talents of every student while inspiring self-expression and promoting self-esteem. Students will be better prepared to engage in a competitive global market using innovative methods learned through integration of the arts through the curriculum. They will hone visual presentation skills, strengthen communication skills, and utilize various technologies in order to positively contribute to their community.
I love it. Thank you so much, Ms. Ponce. And then let's see, any other brave person wants to talk about Hubbard Elementary. Theirs was super sweet. Maybe Ms. Robles?
Go ahead. Can you make it bigger? Okay.
Yeah.
The Hubbard Elementary School community envisions a learning environment of nurturing and trust, where all students are able to excel to their fullest potential and rise to the challenges of a rapidly changing and diverse society in the 21st century.
Okay, thank you. And then here's Eagle Rock, because we're always compared to them. Let's see, does someone want to read their vision statement?
Okay, I'll read it. Our school provides exceptional students an outstanding and unique educational opportunity in a positive, nurturing climate. Students participate in rigorous educational experiences that are designed to meet the diverse academic, social, and emotional needs of the highly gifted population. Students are given tools to work cooperatively in groups, to value and respect diversity, and to develop a healthy self-image. Each student is evaluated and challenged in their specific areas of need and in their areas of excellence.
All right. So now looking at those four, and there's pretty much hundreds that we could look up, but I just grabbed those ones. So trying to look at them, is there any of them that stood out that was, you like what it said, how it was formatted? Is there any of them that stuck out to you guys?
I kind of like the last two. I think that we could totally create like a combination of the two, because the one for Harvard is like short and sweet. Right? And then the last one we read, it talks about our students who, our population. Sometimes we get those highly gifted students that we need to, and we get those students who are not necessarily highly gifted and have specific needs. So I like that part about that one.
Okay. Anybody else feedback?
Could you show the first one again from Lomita?
Yes.
So there's three posters there. It looks like the vision is in the second one. What do you call that first one?
This first one, it looks like this is maybe the kids friendly verbiage for the vision. And it's specifically related to science, technology, engineering, art, and math. And then this is their vision and their mission statement. And then these are like maybe, like adoptions that they want to have as they're pursuing this vision. That's what it looks like to me. What do you guys think?
I like all four of them, but what I like about this one is the first poster. And one of the things we talked about yesterday and today was that all the stakeholders know and can verbalize, right? And that this poster is that. If you give me a vision, I'm confused by the vision and the mission there, but if I look at that first poster, I can memorize that and make it my mantra.
Yeah, I like that. What do you guys think? Lorena Robles, what are your?
It's kid friendly. I like that one too.
Yeah. So maybe what I could do is I can what do you guys think of the verbiage? Because I do like the fact that, okay, so you have math and then you have solve problems, create artists, build engineers, produce technology, experiment like science. What do you guys think of the words for that?
I have one little, it's not an issue, but it definitely came up as where it says we experiment like scientists, we build like engineers. How about we are engineers and we are artists and we are scientists?
And even like for the scientist part, not just experimenting, but also like asking questions, like we question something like that. Yeah.
So we question as scientists.
Yeah, something, I don't know.
Let's do that. So the science is we question like scientists, or no, we question as scientists. And you guys being the persons that are in there, so I want you guys to think about how this could really take form in your classroom. So we question like scientists, and then let's look over here again. We produce with technology. What do you guys think? We produce, we create with technology.
I think that one's okay. These are just brainstorms. Write it down and we'll
We produce with technology. And then let's look at this one. We build like engineers.
Should it be design? No. I don't know. I just think, or I don't know.
Maybe to take what Esteban's saying and then back to what Ms. Ponte said, maybe like the first one, for example, could be, and again, I don't dislike the word like, it just is something, but what if the first one said, we are scientists, we ask questions and we experiment. So for the one Esteban did, we are engineers, we design and build.
We are engineers, we design and build. Like this. Can you guys see this, or does it need to be a little bit bigger?
I can see it. I guess.
I see it.
So just a quick question before we move on. So I think we do need to have a vision, right? And this is going to be more like like what Peter said, or like, we like our go-to. This is what we're stand for. But I think we still have to have like a vision, right? A stated vision. Correct. So I think based on what Lorena was saying, and I forget who else, like keep that one short and sweet, like the couple ones that we saw. And then obviously this thing that you're doing right now, that's really kind of what we're going to focus on.
Okay. Okay, so let's try to put something together. This is also just this is why we're here, the pre-planning. So when we meet with the rest of the Magnet team and then see how we can incorporate the parents and the students into this, then it'll take a little bit more form. But I think putting something together as a suggestion or as a model will help the next time we meet. So we are scientists, we produce with technology. Peter, were you saying that there's something that should be here? So like we experiment, we are scientists.
We ask questions and experiment. I like the ask questions.
I love that too, actually. We produce with technology. We are engineers, we design and build. And then we create like artists. So we are artists. What can we do as artists?
I think it can stay as we are artists.
Create.
I like that. That's pretty simple. But you can also just put we create too. And we can come back to all of these and think about them.
Yeah, I do like that. Okay,
I like that art is so organic. It's almost like you don't have to create. You can dance. I mean, you can create a dance, but you
Yeah.
can do anything to be an artist, right?
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so we produce with technology, we are engineers, we design and build, we are artists, we create. And then the last one, we solve problems like mathematicians. We are mathematicians. What do we do as mathematicians?
I think, I mean, I like the one that we solve, I think we solve problems or somehow tying it to like those math practices.
Okay, so let's take a look at, I'm so sorry. So we're scientists. We ask question and experiment. We produce with technology. We are engineers. We design and build. We are artists. We create. We are mathematicians. We solve problems. Feedback, guys? And I know it's a little bit weird because it's on 2 different pages, but let me. All right, here we go. So we are scientists. We ask questions and experiment. We produce with technology. We are engineers. We design and build. We are artists. We create. And we are mathematicians. We solve problems.
I think that's a good start.
Okay, I think it is a good start too. All right, so now going into what we think so I can see us once we sort of finalize it and see if this is what we'd like to have, you know, having the posters in everybody's classroom and having the students well-versed in our vision as well, and a kid-friendly form. And so now going into what the visions are, what our vision is. So again, here's, they're providing, so Mr. O'Neill, just to kind of explain the difference between vision and mission. So the vision is the overarching, what we believe as a big tenant. And then our mission is the actual steps that are going to get us there. And so what we're trying to do is just create an overarching magnet vision. So what do you, I mean, I don't know, like how it's interesting how to create this from nothing because we've never had one. So provides a nurturing education where all students excel in STEAM to become leaders of tomorrow's 21st century. So what do you guys like about that? Or what would you pull away from it? So it says Lomita STEAM Magnet provides a nurturing education whereby all students excel in STEAM to become the leaders of tomorrow's 21st century world. Is there anything that you guys like, or should we move to the next one?
Can you show the one that Susie liked? I think it was the third one.
Sure thing. So the third one, this one was the short one, right? This one is Hubbard Elementary Community envisions a learning environment of nurturing and trust, where all students are able to excel to their fullest potential and rise to the challenges of a rapidly changing and diverse society in the 21st century.
It sounds like everyone has that word, the nurturing.
Nurturing, okay. I do see that.
All of them, or most of them. Okay. And it's short and sweet.
Yeah, so we want to definitely nurture the students. Let's look at, so we've looked at the first one. Let's look at Cántara again. And if you guys happen to be researching and looking at, You guys can. This one was a little bit committed to nurture the love of learning. I do like that. The love of learning through integrated arts education that honors the unique gifts and talents of every student while inspiring self-expression and promoting self-esteem. Students will be better prepared to engage in a competitive global market using innovative methods learned through the integration of the arts throughout the curriculum. They will hone visual presentation skills, strengthen communication skills, and utilize various technologies in order to positively contribute to their community. So, positive and negative aspects of this particular one.
I like the part where it talks about inspiring and improving their inspiring self-expression and promoting self-esteem, which is one of the things that we were talking about.
Okay, so let's see. All right, so these are just keywords that when we're building our vision, we want to make sure that it kind of has this. So nurturing, inspiring self-expression and promoting esteem. So that's this one. And I think that there's one more that we haven't. Was it the Eagle Rock Elementary one? Or let's, let me look at this one real fast. Is there any part of this statement that we would love to kind of apply to ours? So excel, nurturing trust, rise to the challenges of our rapid, anything? Okay, let's go to the Eagle Rock one. And I think this is where Lorena was saying, students participate in rigorous educational experiences that are designed to meet the diverse academic, social, and emotional needs of, it could be, doesn't have to be highly, our population. Students are given the tools to work cooperatively in groups to value respect, to value and respect diversity, and to develop a healthy self-image. Each student is evaluated and challenged in their specific areas of need, in their areas of excellence. Positives, anything that you guys would like to be part of our mission, our vision at Plasencia?
Well, there's a word nurturing again, rigorous, maybe. I don't know. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I also like the part where they're mentioning how they're meeting the needs of like the diverse needs of our population.
Okay, and then we'll just change that last thing so that it, you know, obviously we don't have a gifted gifted population. Well, we do have it, but the emotional needs of our population, I would say. And then, so nurturing, inspiring self-expression. Is there anything that you guys feel is more applicable just to our magnet that we haven't seen from other people's vision, other schools' visions? Anything?
I forget which one it was in, but I like the word community.
Like you tapping into the resources in the community. Is that what you're kind of, you know, referencing?
I think so. Some of them, parts of some of them seem a little bit teacher oriented. Parts just seem about the kids, but I think it's really bigger than both of those things.
Okay. All right. And then, you know, just kind of going into like the mission, this is the tool that we're approaching, we're utilizing to be able to make this. So having the use of PBL and maybe monthly STEAM challenges, we can, because that's something that's definitely particular to Plasencia. What are your thoughts? Yeah. Okay, so this is at least some groundwork into developing a vision that's student friendly, and then a vision that everyone will be aware of. And then here's a little part of our mission, which we're going to be utilizing the PBL/STEAM monthly challenges as our driving force. And so now we're going to go into our second one, which is STEAM culture. So what can we do? So these are just questions, and as much as you guys just feel comfortable talking, I don't want this to be Mrs. Montañez's vision. I want it to be a collaborative thing, that even if you hate what I am suggesting or whatever, just say it. Like, how can we? So I want us to all participate. So in the STEAM culture, yes, go ahead.
Right. In toward that end, I was wondering if for the vision, do we want to add something explicitly about equity and social justice and all of the issues that we were talking about in the beginning, that part of our approach to STEAM is centered on that, and expanding access to STEAM fields, and is that something that we want to put in our vision or as part of our culture?
Yes, I mean, I'm glad you said it. I want it to come from you guys, but absolutely. I mean, this is a theme that is going to be completely apparent, not just with our magnet, but it's a district drive and a focus of being able to address these equity and social justice issues. So I think it's compelling to make sure that it's a part of the vision. So I'm really happy that you brought that up. Absolutely. Thank you for that.
Especially with Snap the Gap and all of our coding this last year.
Yes, exactly. And this is interesting because that's where I got the statistic from the Snap the Gap. Oh, I don't think I had it over here. All of those statistics and the early exposure, it comes from those the Snap the Gap resources. So it's definitely all coming together. And just so you guys know, we still have about maybe 150 kits that are still available, so that you can embed that into your curriculum this year. But yeah, thank you so much for mentioning that. And so now going into sort of more the very specific things. So learning with the culture is making sure that we're learning with a range of activities. So not just one particular way, like here's a textbook, read it and summarize it kind of thing, that there's lots of activities that you're including to be part of your planning. And then growth mindset, using failure to learn and grow. Learner agency, provide environments to promote student engagement. So providing environments to promote student engagement. So making sure that our lessons are very engaging and tap into all of the TPR resources. And then family education, students involving monthly challenge. So what can we do? So these are just more questions, and then you guys help me brainstorm what could possibly be potential solutions. So how could we address making sure that we are providing a range of activities for in STEAM? What can you guys do as educators to have different activities?
I'll share something that has always helped me.
Mm-hmm.
Gardner's theory,
Mm-hmm.
where you have different learners. And so when you're teaching something, you make sure that, you have like the musical aspect or the hands-on aspect or the nature. So a lot of the times if you're teaching something, there's different modes of learning the curriculum. It can be through poetry or a song, or it could be through a video for visual, or it could be through nature, being out there and learning it, the hands-on, the kinesthetic.
Mm-hmm.
So that's something that usually I it's easier for me to think about it that way if I'm like my human anatomy songs.
My kids still know those.
Yeah, teaching something in many different ways so that whatever it is, whatever their best mode of learning is, they'll understand the concepts.
Yeah. And just kind of going back again, the way certain cultures learn, Susie, there's some cultures that have an affinity to being able to teach and learn through music and TPR. And going back into Wade in the Water and chimes from churches and things like that, and how that was knowledge that was transferred and fostered in that way, as opposed to, again, certain cultures that it's sort of it promotes top-down learning. I have the knowledge, I'm passing it down, retain it, get it, and go. And so if you want to sort of disrupt the system, it's definitely looking at these aspects, because there's a way that it grabs more learning modalities that are certain cultures that favor certain things as well. So like my son, he just loves all of the the little songs that you would sing. I mean, they love that. Now, in terms of growth mindset, like, okay, so this is like, how do we move this, Susie, in from like, this is what we're talking about, and how does this become apparent in Mrs. Robles's classroom? So is it just making sure that at teacher trainings we tap into this? Is it do people need training in Gardner's theory? What do you guys think as the people that are going to be the ones that are, addressing these with your lesson planning? What do you guys need to be able to hone in on this?
I don't know why I'm just thinking about field trips or taking the kids outside and like that kind of stuff. Communities that have more resources, or even families that have grown up with everything, they go on trips and they experience a lot, and a lot of the learning comes from that. So if we can somehow make sure that's part of what we're doing at school, even just walking outside to the quad area and and like what Susie said, do an art activity related to some nature or something like that, but just access to that kind of stuff. So I don't know what it would look like. Field trips is one.
Okay. And when you guys are developing your lessons in your own on a Sunday night or whatever day it is that you use that, how can we have a system in place that will help this be at the forefront of when you're developing your lessons?
I'd say one thing, and this might be just more because I'm a new teacher, but something that I really struggle with is like, okay, so this year we're having definitely like a lot of focus on foundational reading and social emotional health, and like there are going to be a lot of hair on fire important things to do. And so how can I integrate all of the STEAM things into each of those other categories? And I think that it would be so much more powerful. But for me, when I'm trying to figure out, okay, these are all of my priorities, how I need help to like have the materials to get it in there, because it's like, it's not in benchmark and all of those things. So, I mean, this might be something that everyone else has already, but for me, I definitely need help with that.
Right.
I do too.
I think everybody kind of does. So how could I verbalize that so that it's something that like we can chew on later?
I think planning ahead this far in advance can be such a huge help, because like if we have a theme for each month, then we can find books ahead of time to incorporate these ideas into that month, and we can like plan ahead for like the word parts in the vocabulary that we're going to be building on and all of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that really, because I feel like, in full admission, I feel like sometimes our planning for our PBLs, our STEAM challenges, were sort of like reactionary and not as fully as developed as they possibly could. And so I think that, yes, getting ahead will help us find all of those different Gardner modalities and incorporate that. So thank you for sharing that. And then how about growth mindset? Like, what do you think that we did well last year with growth mindset, and how can we build upon it or modify it? Like were the you know, we had I think we had like a video of part of every lesson maybe. Was that helpful? Would you need more of that lesson or just the same?
Videos were cute. I like those.
Okay.
Yeah, I like the video because it kind of like sparked the conversation before we started the lesson.
Mhm.
Yeah, especially because like last year I had you know, I'm sure everybody has a few students that just took things a little too personally when they, you know, or like they did not react well with when they, you know, the project didn't work well for them. So I
Mhm.
think, you know, and then going to those, it was really helpful.
Mhm.
I think it's and especially for the older kids, for some of them it's so like they're already set in the way they're thinking about things, and so I think just talking about it frequently, daily, and you know, and not just in our STEAM activities, you know, just throughout the day, because it's going to be that much harder to change their mindset if they're already fixed, and just bringing in real examples, you know, personal examples, you know, people who historical figures who have gone through stuff, whatever it is. But I think just frequent mention and discussions about that is important, whether it be videos or whatever.
It reminds me of the Mike Hernandez, which I think they're making a Disney movie about. And that was always like my first segue in 5th grade, you know, about how much he had to persevere through that test, and he failed it so many times. But also bringing in the examples, like you said, but with students, examples that the students can relate to culturally. And so that's really good. And then provide environments to promote student engagement. I think, you know, I think it kind of has to do with Rachel's kind of planning it and making sure that the lessons are engaging to the students, applying all of those like hands-on modalities and all of the different ways that you can approach it. So for me, the learner agency is a little bit connected to the range of activities. What do you guys think? A little similar. And then family education, maybe parents being involved in monthly challenges. So it's going to look different, because when we were teaching virtual, parents were really the ones that were driving this force. And now that we're back in person, we are going to take that again. But how could we, is there a way that you guys can help me brainstorm? How can we bring families into our PBL STEAM challenges?
I would like to take a step back, and Esteban was talking about the growth mindset. And one of the things I think about, at least for myself, is that we're talking about the kids, and that, you know, the kids may come in with certain ideas or maybe closed-minded, but we have to remember that we are too. And, or at least I am. And sometimes the kids will say something and maybe I directly say no, or I might make a facial expression that, you know, kind of shuts that kind of thing down. And we need to, I think kids are probably a lot more pliable or malleable than we are as adults. So we need to remember that as well.
And, you know, it makes me think about a lot of the ways that this growth mindset is fostered, sometimes even negatively, is with the parents, and how the parents have to really adapt their way of offering suggestions or whatever. Parents have to be brought into that. It made me think about that. So.
And then, so to the family education, I think last year in the 3 months in the preceding year, really opened the door for us to not just put the onus on the parents, but to keep that they can still have it. So, you know, you just said that they were the guiding or the leading force on this. I think they still can be. I think some of these monthly challenges can be things that don't necessarily have to be done at school. It could be all home kinds of things. So, for example, one of the things I was thinking about yesterday was, what if we created an audio library of the students reading books And that all, the only thing it is the assignments out there, but really what it comes down to is the parent or the student choosing to either record themselves reading the book either with a video or without. But it's not something that would have to be done here in school. Here's this project for the month or whatever it is. It could be anything. And there it is.
Yeah. I love that. I remember seeing all of your students and their own pride in just being able to read a book that was a big thing for them. That was awesome. Yeah, I think we are required to have I think it's the beginning of the year parent meeting and then an end of the year kind of closing meeting. So perhaps we can build these concepts and ideas into that agenda. What do you think?
I think something big is that productive struggle and parents feeling comfortable with the idea that their child is struggling, but they're trying to figure things out. And so, we don't want them doing the projects for them, right? Obviously. But even those ideas and strategies for parents to kind of
help them through,
help and understand the purpose of productive struggle versus frustration, which we don't want either. But I think that would be very powerful and beneficial for the students,
Yeah, I like it because
there's that self-helplessness where they don't want to kind of try, you know what I mean? Because it's things are done for them. So yeah, that would be great.
Okay, I love that.
Yeah, going back to that, Susie, I was thinking about sometimes we get students who bring this amazing projects, but then you look at the project and you think, how can in my case, how can a kindergarten really do this whole thing? How did they come up with this? And so that 90% was parent help. And I really think from the beginning, we need to make that clear to the parents. I can do your own assignment if you like, but really let the kids struggle, have that productive struggle where they really get something more than just putting the project together with mom or dad.
Super important, because then you get those kids in 5th grade who are still getting that help, and because they never learned, they never got to really do it themselves.
Yeah.
So.
All right. Now, the next two components, the infrastructure and the instruction and essential skill, really kind of tap into the actual formation of the challenge, the concept, the PBL, whatever it is. So I know that our sort of homework yesterday was to, let me see if I can bring it up. So if there was ideas, I know you guys had 2 hours to just kind of look and see if there was an idea, a concept that you guys could find, even if it's like Mr. O'Neill was saying, well, what if we really liked our STEAM challenge and there's a way that we can evolve it and tweak it so that it's more substantive, more student-centered, more inquiry-based. We don't have to totally reinvent the whole thing, but we could just tweak it so that it's perfect for the kids. So what are some ideas, or if you guys want to share it in the chat? First of all, were you guys able to kind of dive into, Lorena, going into a STEAM challenge or PBL projects, whatever it is?
I was Googling some 1st grade ones and I found some cute basic ones.
I love
I know we've done similar things. One of them was called Shrinking Our Footprints. How can we use data to reduce our family's footprints? I found how can we protect our endangered species in our area? How can we take care of our environment and inspire others to help us? And how can we make change happen in our community? So those were just some basic 1st grade ones that I thought they kind of went with our standards and what we've done a little bit of, with some of those in the past.
I love that. Okay, perfect. So lots of kind of environment and you know, again, satisfying all of those things that it's relevant. It's something that it could be driven from the student's observation, dressing. It covers a whole bunch of spans. So that's really good. And if you have any links that you were able to find, if you can email them, and I'm going to attach them here for us. And then let me see, Rachel, were you able to look up anything?
Yeah, yeah, I think I was looking on the same website. It was really good. It was really good. It was, you know, like projectbasedlearning.org or something like that, but they had a lot of plans, and they had so those I thought were so good because you could really tie them into a lot of different content areas across the grades. And there was one that was so interesting to me that was a history project that I hadn't been thinking about PBL and inquiry with history, but I think it is so important, I mean, in general, but also this year as we're like living through this historical event, to think about, and it was about perspectives and exploring how different people's perspective shapes how history is told. And investigating an event that happened in your community, like specifically in your community. So I thought there were a lot of ways that we could use that. But then, you know, there's a whole other layer of like, how do you pick the event? And, you know, there's a lot that I don't know about LA's community and history. So, but the website had a lot of great ideas, a lot of great projects that were exciting.
Okay, yeah. And if
I'll look up the actual website, just one sec. I can put it in the chat.
Awesome. Okay, cool.
Okay.
And how about Susie, were you able to look up any?
Yes, I found quite a few good ones. So let's see. So one idea was just like educational, like making a guide what to eat, what not to eat, like if you're focusing on health. A really cute one was TED Talks. Having the kids state their opinion about things, just like a TED Talk. Ideas worth spreading. It provides voice and choice for students to research and communicate about topics they're passionate about. For older kids, there was just this idea of infographics, like after they do their, you know, their research, students create infographics using different sites like Pictochart and Canva. I think you use Canvas a lot, right?
I do. And I think the kids are getting well versed, like they have lots of experience with that. But you know, there is also a way that you can create an animation infographic. So there's a way that you can incorporate lots of things.
Cool.
I love that.
Yeah. Another idea is like podcasts, like what Mr. Neal was, you know, just like different podcasts or interviews, things like that. Focusing on STEM, I found a really good one. It's called STEM Through Shoes. And so the kids learn about shoe design, and there's actually something called SneakerCon in Denver, Colorado. And they do like an exhibition of different shoes. I found another one on sports science.
Sports science?
And basically this one focuses on, let me see. So I have learned more STEM than I would have ever imagined through the blast motion technology that my kids use on their bats. So I guess they focus on the physical sciences aspect of designing or swinging a bat or something. And then there's like, you know, bees, bee sweet, and how they're pollinators and how important they are. There's that PBL. There's another Kid Innovators, which reminds me of Snap the Cap.
Which one was it? You said the first word?
Kid Innovators. There's like this big idea of being an innovator, because, you know, kind of reminds me of Snap the Gap, but then using all the tools to kind of create something brand new. So that's what I found. I found more, but those were the main ones.
I love it. Excellent. And then Mr. O'Neill, did you have time to explore some ideas?
I did. And some of the things that I don't want to add too much. I actually want to hear Susie say some more. She mentioned the doing a podcast, which I think is a really good idea. I like the idea of like a StoryCorps kind of thing.
Mhm.
That's the NPR where you just interview somebody. And I think that's really interesting too, because you get a take on the community that we can't really ask for. Sometimes you ask a broad question and the answer is something totally unexpected. So I like that idea.
Mhm.
I don't know. I think there's a lot of different things. I really like these ideas that are here.
Mhm. They're great. Lots of them can be formed.
One of the things that Dave and I we had talked to a teacher from Cincinnati, I think a few years ago, about a teacher that did Genius Hour with her kids.
Mm.
And it's where they again got to select anything that they wanted to research.
Oh.
So it's something that can be done in school, but the things I was thinking about were mostly things, can we continue this at-home learning on top of what's being done at school? This things where, you know, kids might do them by themselves. And I'm not in kindergarten, by the way, but I was thinking about those projects that parents do 90% of.
Mhm.
And I was trying to decide, I'm not there again, and Estella mentioned that it still happens in 5th grade, but I think there's value in those too.
Mhm.
And maybe talk about being open-minded, where if a kid does part of the project, or if a kid is watching, you know, if a parent does it all, I get that. I'm not arguing with you guys, but when kids are little, the parents do a lot for them. But as they get older, hopefully they will relinquish that. The parents will relinquish
Mhm.
their level in that.
Mhm.
The kids get more involved. So I think that's really, really important. Plus, I'm not in control of what they do at home. So,
Mhm.
so I
Mhm.
just keep thinking, like, if they can do something really great and they can work together, maybe it's not a student project anymore. Maybe this is a family project.
Yeah. Mm. Mm. Maybe like identifying the difference between a family project versus a student project. Um, you know, it's interesting that you say that because it's something that I have also kind of grappled with. I'm glad that you mentioned it because I do feel that there is a way that parents, when they are helping their student with whatever project it is, obviously I don't want them to do the whole thing, but I feel that there's mindsets that are also shared and wonderful traits that the parents share with their kids when they're involved in a project like this. So like you know, having my own kids, like basically you do it, you know, you do it. But then when is the point that I kind of share my own traits with my own child and show them how to approach learning in a certain way as a parent? And I know it's not applicable for everything, but I also feel that it's basically saying the point that there is some value to modeling shared learning in that way with the parents. And like there's this one little boy, I mean, his mom was absolutely neurotic. I don't know if you guys had them. Isaac Flores, he also had what was the younger student's name, Esteban?
Oh my
I
God.
had I
He was-
had Isaac. What happened?
No, he was my student. I just can't remember his name right now. But
Oh
yeah.
my. So I had the older student and then Esteban had the younger student. And the mom was absolutely neurotic. And she totally was, Lorena, one of those people that she walked in and you could tell that this mom licked the project clean. And then like stepping back, you know, being away from the classroom, but seeing this kid in 5th grade, and I could see that now he was taking more ownership of the project, but he developed and he encompassed all of his mom's neurosis. So it's like she was able to share some of the things that as a part of her own personality and how it became a part of the student to, and if they had not had this shared experience, he would not have that. So there is a certain value of that. And then even for me that I've been busy at home and sometimes I've given the kids like, no, it's all you have to figure it out. And I'm like, oh man, there was an opportunity for me to share this one certain thing and I didn't get to do it. So and just wanting to value that little aspect. All right, so now looking at all of these things, all of these different, let me see, is there a way that I can present this because it's helpful to look at it as a whole like this? I don't know if this is too small. But basically here we have, the footprint. I love the footprint idea, endangered species, caring for the environment, making changes to our community. Rachel talked about the project-based-learning.org, a history project, perspectives, using an educational guide, food health, the TED Talk. I love that one. Peter also supported that he liked the podcast interviews, the STEM, sports science, sneaker con, the BAT, the engineering of a BAT, and then the B project, which we've done before, innovators. Is there, okay, there's a part of me that just kind of wants to think like, is there a theme that you see with all of these, that it could be something that is our long-term theme? Given that these are the suggestions that we have, maybe we have to go backwards and kind of think about which ones we would like. So I'll take that. Sorry, guys. Okay, to go back. So which one do you feel really compelled to pursue more content or more specifics about that particular project? Is there one that you're like, oh, I hope that we do that one because I like that? I know that you guys talked about the podcast. Is there any of these that stand out to you guys?
To me, there's a two or three that are really one and the same.
Okay.
So I liked, I think it was Rachel that said, the history, she was surprised that there was a history project. It could be a PBL project about talking about different perspectives. And I think that one is fabulous. We keep learning new things. We watch new movies about things that happened 50 years ago that we had no idea, right? And that's all about a perspective that wasn't shared. And I think that fits under with the podcast, or the interviews, or making changes in your community and having a voice, which we talked about an hour ago, right? Speaking up. So I think that's a really good one.
I love that too. And there is a way that, Placencia has such a rich history. I mean, when you're talking, there's lots of things, but, it's one of the first elementary schools in LA. It's like, it was originally called back in 1883, Los Angeles Elementary. And then even going back to our specific magnet, I noticed over here that one of these schools said that they were one of the first magnets. Well, guess what? Placencia Elementary was one of the first magnets as well. And it's a long history. We have generational Placencia kids, where kids that were my students are now coming back with their own children as well. So there's lots of things that we can tap into in terms of history. So that for me makes me super duper excited. So thank you for that. What other one sounds, you were going to mention a couple others, O'Neill?
I really like the first one too, that shrinking our footprint, but that helped anyway.
That one's a really good one.
Just read an article on the paper the other day. It says we're past the tipping point here on Earth. So
wow.
Yeah, last night when I was looking for things, I was trying to think of like, what are issues that the kids are going to be hearing about kind of just like in their daily life, that maybe we could come up with some projects that give them some agency for engaging with them. So it's not just like something scary, but like, here's something you can do. And that's something I really like about the footprint, the carbon footprint. But maybe we could focus specifically on like, water usage, or if they're going to be hearing a lot about the drought, or have them, create some kind of like an air filter or something like that. But trying to tie into like, what are the issues that are going to be floating around for them, that could be kind of causing them, or that they want to explore and learn more about, and we should be teaching them about anyway.
I think one of the things that Americans have a problem with is we talk about reduce, reuse, recycle, and we focus on recycle, but the actual most important things are to reduce, to reuse. So talk about water usage, or we here, as Miss Emmett was saying, bring in our water in plastic bottles. It's an easy one. Maybe it's contrived, but maybe there's something around that, right? and then collecting a million plastic bottles and seeing how disgusting that really is, because we don't see it.
Hmm. Yeah, and of course, this all connects to like caring for our environment, making changes to our community. So that's really good. I love it. I love it because I can see being so. Let's just say that our first half of the year, from August until December, is really tapping into our carbon footprint. But every month we tackle on these different things, like how it affects the species, how it affects water usage, how it affects these concepts of reduce and reusing as separate entities. Does that make sense? Yeah. And then let's see. So we have that one. I do really love the history project because I feel it's just something very applicable, and kind of getting the students to, like what Susie was saying, being able to see different perspectives and understand that they're all a part of the whole picture. It may be an incomplete picture, but there's all a part of it. It was interesting because in one of the classes that I had, they were talking about how, mainstream curriculum, you teach sort of white Eurocentric history, and how this one woman was saying, oh yeah, you need to have the true history. And he corrected, and he's like, well, actually, the fact that it is a white European, it doesn't negate that is still something that happened. It's a part of the history. It's not one or the other. It's all a part of it. So, and understanding that perspective. So I think that there's lots to do with that. Anything, oh, see, even the B suite can be a part of our footprint, caring for the environment. Okay, let me see. Anything else?
Yeah, I just, the fact that now you see so many more electric cars and things like that. And I've always wanted to do some sort of solar power thing. So I don't know if, as far as like, I remember I was trying to buy a bunch of little solar panels and it was just too expensive, so I didn't do it. But I don't know, something along those lines. I don't, and that could be applied over, across grade levels. So it could be modified, I mean.
All right. I love it. I think that for me, it just kind of gives us the trajectory of where we're heading. And it becomes, I don't know about you guys, but for me, it feels a little more clearer than what we were looking at yesterday at 9 o'clock in the morning. Like I know sort of más o menos the trajectory that we can move forward. So what do you guys think in terms of having that first part of the year? I mean, we can explore further, and there's lots more talk that we can do. But I think that kind of going into taking care of our environment and doing these kind of things as a part of our PBL from January and from August until December. What are your thoughts about that? Thumbs up? Okay. So we have like an environment theme. And then, so we continue it and we'll break it down into the specific. And then it doesn't have to like take a right-hand turn. It could be a little more centralized as we approach January through May. Maybe we expand. Is there a way that we can expand the history project to incorporate this change, caring for the environment, podcast, SneakerCon? What do you guys help me think out loud? I'm wondering like where we could just kind of have a marker for the second half of the year, or maybe go ahead.
You know how January, February is so heavy with history?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Those 2 months would be good.
Mm-hmm.
Different perspectives on,
Absolutely. Yeah, and then there is a way that we can, bring some of these other concepts into this history. Okay.
I think the podcast and the TED Talk and the Kid Innovators, it could be embedded within whatever we're doing, right? Because the kids are going to be designing, creating. and they're going to be giving their opinions, giving supportive evidence, all that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
So you could still have them do the podcast or the TED Talks, or based on the research, whatever they've learned, give their opinions.
Okay, I love that. Is there like an overarching theme? So now that we're looking at the nitty gritty, so we have like environment, and all of the different ways, the water usage, solar power, electric cars, endangered species, caring for our environment. And then we kind of transition into a history project about perspectives. And I wonder, can you guys help me verbalize? Do you see this being a bigger overarching theme that touches on both of those? Or is it like environment and history? I'm trying to find the
Well,
words.
there's that whole environmental justice too, right? That kind of aligns with
Yeah.
socioeconomics and race and all that stuff.
And then, Sandra, as we're thinking about this, I'm also thinking about the units that we need to cover in our social studies programs, right? Because we have our social studies program in our science. So once we have this, we kind of have to marry also those projects. I mean, I know we're teaching the standards, but we are going to get all of these materials.
Yeah.
Might as well use them.
And, having taught, all of the curriculum from kindergarten through fifth, like looking at the benchmark, there are definite ways that benchmark the readers, all of that stuff. It has this stuff embedded in it as well. So I love that. So something we can continue to play with the words, but maybe like an overarching theme is environmental justice. Is there another word that you guys can help us brainstorm? I feel like there's a theme. I can't put it to words just yet.
You know what? I think when we think of the environment, like anytime you think about it, the main goal is to take care of it. And, it could just be simple as caring for the environment, right? Like just that, because that entails so much. If you care about the environment, you're going to take care of it. You're going to do something about it. You're going to take action steps to do something to help the environment. So maybe just caring for the environment. I don't know. It's just an idea.
Anybody else? Thank you, Lorena.
Love your Mother Earth, and we can still wear t-shirts.
I love that. We have a theme?
Yes.
We even have t-shirts, right? I still have my t-shirt that says love your Mother Earth.
And I remember sitting with Mrs. Navarro in the conference room, and she was the first one who came up with that little slogan. Do you remember, Susie?
I don't remember because it's been a while.
I remember all of us were in the little conference room. We're like, okay, how about this? We were brainstorming a whole bunch of things, but yes, I love that.
Yes, I remember.
Yeah, in fact, I've got that shirt on.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, look at that. I have mine. Yes.
Yeah, we were talking. Sorry, I missed the first part of the meeting, but when I think of PBL, I think of it being a big thing, and the shirts I think is always something that made it bigger for the kids.
Yes.
I
And
remember those t-shirts.
I know I missed a lot, but all of this would really tie in well to what's been happening the last year or two down at Echo Park and Echo Park Lake. When we talk about environmental justice, social justice, because my class did that years ago for the Disney project. And since then they have redone the lake and redone the park and everything. So, and then if we wanted to keep going with that, we could look into the history of it. We could interview people for the podcasts. Yeah, just an idea. It might be time to revisit that. And it's something very, community oriented.
And I love it because isn't that what, that's a part of all of this whole process is involving, I think, I don't even know if it was Peter, but someone had mentioned, yes, like making sure that we tap into the community. Here goes. So it's perfect. It's all lining up. All right, so we have a sort of like a play on environmental and social justice. caring for the environment. I love the idea of shirts. And if we could bridge what the success that we've had in the past with our former PBL and how it's kind of revamped with this new little lens this year, I'd love to sort of get, maybe we have a little design for the students to do that. Okay, so we have a sort of a trajectory for the year. The one thing that I wanted to offer as a way that for me as the magnet coordinator, like I it's something that I can't, like I could do all the paperwork and I feel like we could totally, I could just pull it together, but having more value in the process and really wanting to impact all of us as educators. And so what I proposed to Mrs. Linares is, you know, now we have sort of a shell of what we're going to do for this year, the specific PBL projects that we're going to tap into. And now how do we get from this idea of, yeah, we're going to start with our environmental theme in August and September, now going into the nitty gritty, and how do we keep ourselves accountable to keep staying on course in the midst of all of the mandates that are going to come out and all of the math and Eureka and this and that? How do we keep ourselves faithful to what our plan is? And so I had a couple of things that I suggested. So number one, of course, we have our mandatory monthly magnet meetings the last Thursday. And I want to make sure that everyone knows that I've already written them in. They're a part of our Schoology page. Every single magnet meeting that for teachers that we're going to have is already in Schoology, and you guys can view it so that in case there's an appointment and you guys can possibly avoid it, we encourage it so that you guys can know that. And then bringing in experts. So I've already emailed and confirmed Ana Madero, and then Lillian, hopefully she'll get back to me. But if you guys look at our magnet teachers, you can see that we have our monthly magnet teacher meetings. It has the schedule for the whole entire year, and it mostly is the third Thursday of every month, with the exception of like December and November, because it's such a short month. But if need be, because we're doing something, we have a sort of date that's already kind of saved, but that's going to be there. And then the other big thing is, I would like to know if anyone would like to be a part of a separate planning meeting aside. So this is our monthly magnet teacher meeting, where we bring in experts, we look and see what we're doing, we address the little logistical things that we have to do, whatever PBL, how it's going to roll out. But it's like I feel like I need a team of like a smaller group so that we can plan this and make sure that what we're doing for the subsequent months are addressing all of these like tenets that we have in the certification, the vision. Are we applying the STEAM culture? And so I wanted to see if anyone would be willing to meet with me, maybe like the first Thursday of the month. Mrs. Linares said we could get paid for it at your hourly, your professional rate. And we would meet to build it and then make sure that we are keeping faithful to our STEAM plan for this year. So I'm hoping that somebody's real brave. and I think it would be like kind of like the magnet. I don't know how, I'm sure there's a better word. I don't want to say magnet core because you guys are all my core. But the magnet core team, something like that, where we would meet on Thursdays. We would build the STEAM challenges or build the PBLs. It could be anywhere from an hour, maybe 2 hours, maybe 1 hour just to talk. And then everyone like Lorena Robles will take care of kinder through to getting the materials. You know, Mr. O'Neill could do you know, something like that. So any brave volunteers? Yay!
I can do it.
Yay, Emily.
I'm in. Peter.
Awesome.
You asked the question about keeping ourselves accountable, and I know that the two things I thought of right away was working with the team, because once I've committed to something, like Dave and I think last year really did a nice job keeping each other accountable, but also, as Ms. Salmon said earlier, planning ahead. If I have the plan, I'm more likely to do it, as opposed to, as she described, the hair on fire experience, which is like, what do I do?
Absolutely. Anybody else? Esteban, is that your hand raised?
Sure.
Okay. Anybody else want in on this exciting, work here? Lorena Robles, Navarro, Miss Salmon.
I have a lot of meetings, so I mean, I can't commit to it completely.
Yeah, me too. I'm part of the ILT and we always have all these other meetings. So that I'm just trying to think of the schedule.
Yeah. And then there's, that's the heart and soul, is that it's, there's lots of commitments. And so totally, I understand. But if we have a core team of Emily, Peter, and Esteban and myself, that's good enough to develop these plans. I'm sure that they'll work. And of course, you guys are more than welcome to come in and chime in and at any point. So what we could do is we could advertise it. If it happens to be, available, everyone is able to come in. But we have a little core team here. So yay, guys.
Good.
All right. I feel super inspired. I want us to end early because I know that you guys, you guys have a lot of stuff to do. But that's sort of the gist of what I wanted to do, is sort of develop our vision, look at the STEAM frameworks, really, really calibrate ourselves this year in terms of what wanting to teach STEAM in a very intentional way for our inner city students. And then I don't know, do you guys have any questions for me? Any ponderings? Little logistical things. I did negotiate with the POP and they're going to do the folders and the pencil boxes. I don't have a delivery date, but I'll reach out to them and see if I can get that solidified so that I could pass it on to you guys. But what else? What else would you guys like to talk to, address, think about, ponder, share? Or how do you guys feel looking at this year, knowing that this is sort of where we're heading?
I'm excited about this. I think it's going to be great. I'm excited about the year in general. Also very hair on fire, but already. But I like it.
All right. Anybody else, guys? Well, I think that's it. If there's any other, there's funds that are available if you guys wanted to do more exploration. And if you guys wanted to pass on resources to me, then I can pay you for a little bit more time. So we have our time here, which is from 9 until 11. But you have up to 2 hours asynchronous time if you guys want to look into any of the aspects of our sort of planning. So let's say we already know that we're doing our environmental theme. We know that we are going to kind of talk about our footprint, our carbon footprint. So if any of you guys want to help and use 2 hours of paid time to provide me resources or a template, or here's a really great activity that we can put in our toolkit for this year, you guys can take up to 2 hours and you can email me, and then just however format you want to have it. And then I can submit your time card by tomorrow so that it could be a part of our next months. But any of you guys want to take advantage of that asynchronous time?
Well, I'll use some of it. I don't know how much of it I will.
Okay.
Yeah, I can do it. It's just maybe I just need a little more clarification or details in terms of resources. Are you looking at for websites? Are you looking for specific projects? Like how specific? Or
Well, what I could do is I could put sort of like a template, and then you can fill out the information that will be a part of it. And it could be, it's just basically like the ideas are here. We have the ideas in terms of reducing our footprint in terms of, let's just say, water usage. So now that's the concept. Now you're going to deliver this concept. What is the step to get there? So do you have a slide deck? Do you have a video? Do you have a growth mindset video that we can, maybe even if one of you guys wanted to take and collect a bunch of growth mindset videos that we could have, and I could, lay it out for all year. Maybe you want to do that. Maybe you want to talk about how to reduce your carbon footprint by intentionally purchasing certain packaging, and then you put it, you give it to me so that I can give it to teachers and they know exactly what to do. It doesn't have to be a whole full-on plan, but the resources, how would you engage the students in there? Is there activities that you could do that are just like Susie was saying, the gardener's approach to teaching, making sure that it's very tactile. So I can put a skeleton. Not all of the cells have to be addressed, but helping another teacher this lesson come to life would be great. Does that make sense? Am I making any sense? Okay.
Yeah, it's clearer. Yeah, I was just thinking maybe as a school we should encourage. One of the things that I try to do every year is just encourage the kids to use to bring a reusable bottle rather than bringing plastic bottles. And I know last year when we came back, it was a challenge because of the situation that we were in, and everybody needed their little plastic bottle and whatever, but they can bring water from home if they have a reusable bottle, right? And they can, we have specific fountains where they could get water from here once those are usable. So I always thought that was a good idea to start putting those concepts into practice when you're trying to save the environment. Well, you start with little steps, right? Baby steps, and that just saving a bottle, a plastic bottle each time, I think it's.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's a good one. It's actually one that I thought of, and I thought, oh, if we came in every day and I asked my students, how many of you have a reusable bottle? And we just counted, it would take 35 seconds, and you tally mark them. Then you keep a running record. It's almost like those billboards that you go by and you see the numbers increasing, like how many people save $500 today, and the numbers actually changing as you watch it. Because it's one thing to tell the kids, hey, let's save some bottles, and kids do it, but what if the reward is I get to see this number, and by the end of the year, maybe Placencia has saved 15,647 bottles. We're going, it's real, it's there, it's a number that's hanging in the hallway or in the cafeteria or something. And on our part, it's really easy. The kids walk in the upper grades, and maybe in the lower grades, the students could do it. How many people? So there's no negative either. It's just counting how many people have a reusable water bottle today, put up a bunch of tally marks at the end of the week, put them all together. That's
great. Yeah, I love it. I'm super excited personally. I feel like it's like the first time that we're kind of focused a little bit earlier on and trying to do well to not react, just like you're saying, I'm on fire or whatever. We're planning ahead. So yeah, I will let you go. I don't want to drag out our goodbyes, but I'll send a template over, and anything. I know that, Emily, you're so resourceful, and you always find like even existing slide decks that have curriculum in it where you can kind of follow anything like that, so that, if I'm handing it over to Lorena Robles, she'll know how to follow it. And again, all of the cells of something that I'm going to create as a template don't have to be filled, but as much as you can to help, that would be great. Okay.
Sounds good.
Any questions at all, guys?
I have a question, Sandra.
Yes, of course.
Remember the coding course that you had developed for Schoology? Would it be possible to have access to that?
Absolutely. Yes, for sure. I could.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Yeah. Well, that's 100%. Yeah. How do we integrate all of the existing momentum that we've had with code.org? All of that is just layered onto it. Yes. But
And,
yeah.
I didn't sign in, so can I access, because I think I came in a couple minutes after 9.
I think did I sign you in? I'll sign it, whoever is here. Don't worry about it. And then also just to kind of keep, drop that little bucket is that I know Emily and Esteban, who didn't have any experience with coding, did an after school program with the kids, and it was very, very fruitful. We also did the summer program that I got the grant for, $30,000. It was really amazing. And we focused in on kindergarten kids learning and mastering coding skills. And so I'd love to continue that momentum as well. And if there's anyone who would like to do like an 8-week after school course once a week for an hour, and continue to foster this interest in students that have approached it, but that's also available. We're going to try to have one in the fall and one in the spring for K-2 and 3-5. And again, the curriculum is all out there written. You just kind of have to follow it, and it's fun. I feel like the more that we feel confident with the subjects that we are not 100% comfortable, it directly transfers into the students and their confidence in that subject as well. So if we're not confident, we're not going to teach it confidently. But if we're confident, then we're going to teach it very well and thoroughly, and the students will be at an advantage for that as well. All right.
I have one more question, Sandra. I'm so
Of
sorry.
course. No, of course.
Will the kids have will we still be one-to-one?
Yeah, we will. I think that we are very close to one-to-one. There's some grades that it's like, oh, we don't have enough iPads, so we might have to give Chromebooks. But it's a part of the plan to make sure that every student has a device, whether it be the iPad or the Chrome, so that they can go back and forth as needed. Yeah. Great question. Any other logistics and questions? And you guys know tomorrow's pupil free day. Check in tomorrow at, I think we're having a little bit of breakfast in the teacher's lounge, and then we have a little activity in the cafeteria. And then I believe we're connecting at 8:30 in the morning tomorrow from your classrooms. Okay. Any other questions? Go and have fun planning and preparing, and let me know if you guys have any questions.
Thank you for putting this together.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Sandra.
Thank you.
Guys, I appreciate all of you.
We start early.
Oh,
You have to start
I'm going to take a picture of us. All right. Bye, guys.
Sandra, I just wanted to quickly ask, in the last, I guess it was 3 or 4 years, we did the bridges and the card stacks and all that, those monthly challenges, which I really appreciated, in part because it made me do things. Is this what we're discussing? All of this, is that a substitution for that, or is an addition to that?
I mean, I think there's a way that we could incorporate it. I would like to not do away with things like that, because it was I think it kind of set the tone for the students and the parents, and I thought it was an advantage. How we weave it into our existing theme, I think would be, there's a creative way to incorporate everything. So I would like to have those, this little tasks like the deck of card challenge incorporated somehow.
Okay. Yeah, I would too. And maybe that's a selfish thing, but I think they can be standalone too. I was going to say that I don't know if they have to be incorporated or not. It could just be, some of them were kind of a blast, like, okay, in the sense that they were tons of fun, but also that like, it was just a super hurried, oh my gosh, I got 2 days to pull this thing together. But, I appreciated that too. It made it happen, and it was kind of interesting to see that.
Yeah, I think that there's a way we can make this all happen.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, guys. All right. Thank you, Emily.
Thank you. Are you feeling good?
Much better. Yes. Much better. Yeah, finally. It was exhausting.
Well, I still hear voices. I can hear that you have a raspy voice.
Yeah. It kind of wipes me out a little bit. I was telling Miss Ponce that, like, the breathing issues have like lingered a little bit. So the inhaler, I'm not on that anymore, but like the prednisolone, it's just, I think it's just going to take a little bit. But Emily's mom recovered in 2 weeks and a half.
Well, actually, I talked to my mom and then she was like, no. And I was like, yeah, didn't you? She was like, no. I goes, she got better. Like she got a little better. But
Yeah.
she had it from like Thanksgiving until Christmas.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So I was like, okay, let me tell her before she feels bad. Like, why am I not getting better?
You know what? It's so funny because yesterday I woke up and I could feel a little bit more airway. I don't know how to describe it, but like and so I was like, oh, I think it's going to be like Emily's mom. It's 2.5 weeks. It's going to happen for me. But, you know, I think it's just a little bit lingering. But there's nothing compared to when it was the worst.
Yeah.
And every day it's going to just get better. But it's like some moments it's 100% I'm feeling great, like my mind is clear. And then other moments that I'm just like, I'm just really struggling breathing. And I'm like checking my oxygen and it's like 95 and I'm wheezing. I'm like, okay, it's just such a bizarre.
I can hear it. I hear it when you're talking for a while, then you kind of have, I don't know if you notice it, but you kind of stop and take a deeper breath. And it's just like,
yeah, my mom would do that. And I was like, she'd go, and I'm like, oh my God, that's what would scare me because it was very pronounced with the way she would do it. But you know, I don't know if do you have a tub in your house?
A tub?
A tub.
Like a bathtub?
Yeah, bathtub.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I bought for my mom was those they have the vapor rub things that you put in while you're taking a bath. And that just helped just to soothe her throat. Sometimes that just helped a lot.
Yeah, I'm gonna try that because I feel like I'm at the point where I'm kind of getting frustrated with the little, like, I just want to breathe. and I will do anything. I'm like, tea with lemon and pineapple, I'm all over that. Whatever you say, I'll do it because it's frustrating, you know, especially for me. I'm a little more active and so it feels like debilitating.
how's your sense of taste and smell?
You know, I after the fever left, I kind of started getting it a little bit back. It's weird. I mean, I have this like constant metallic-y taste in my mouth that hasn't gone away, but I can smell, I just can't smell normal. And I can taste, I just can't taste the way that like 100%. But I don't complain, you know, like Esteban still doesn't have taste or smell. And so he gets really frustrated because he's like, I want it to taste good and it tastes like water. So I feel happy with where I'm at because at least I have something.
Maybe you can use one of those vapors, you know, those like the ones Miss Euros has, and you can put a little bit of eucalyptus oil.
Yes, that was the word, eucalyptus. Yes.
Because it can keep your airways open too.
Yes. Yeah. I the humidifier, because I have you know, what do you call those things? A diffuser, but I can't smell that yet. I can. If I hold it really close to my nose, I can smell it, but putting it in the machine, I don't smell anything just yet. But I'm hoping.
I'm glad you're feeling better.
I am. It's like it's a even now Oda, she's like, Mom, you just can't go there. You just have to be positive. Anyway, I'm super thankful that you guys came. I appreciate you guys so much.
We appreciate you too.
Thank you.
We'll see you tomorrow, bright and early. Bye, guys. Today's Thursday, right? Stefan, are you? I'm just- I'm gonna call myself and go get rid of this box. I have to buy 8 to 12 large box for the office. Because I offered. Do you have to? Yeah, does it have to be right now though? I just need to get, I have a meeting at 1, at 3, at 3:30. So I need to get this out of my way. From whose perspective? Yeah, you don't you don't have to do much. I'm kind of wheezing a little bit. What did you think of the meeting, Stevs? You hope that what? I know, me too. I need it. I'm not feeling great today. I don't understand why. I don't think it has to do with the shower with my breathing, Gabriela Esteban. I mean, this is something that in my mind it takes longer than than what I think it's gonna take. And then I know exactly where I'm going. If I were you, I'd be like loading my school parts and
fell asleep on. Well, I fell asleep with you early on. I don't know what it was like 2 o'clock. And then you woke me, you said you heard something, and then it comes down and you didn't sleep on the couch. Joaquin, I didn't know that. At 2 a.m. Joaquin, I didn't know that we're right. Except I don't know if we're all policy, but that's funny. They should get up. Clean the house. You should all get up and clean the house. You're stretching. Cool. Okay, do some prayer. Everyone should pray when you get up. Jesus. First time in 2 weeks. Oh yeah, can you get the keys into the car and warm it up? It's fast. Just gotta have my socks down here, my shoes up there. The pool, I tested it yesterday. It's high, it's still high. I don't know, we're gonna ask Freddie if that was outside. Was it?
Ma? Erna, you know where? Can you call my phone? Or can you do the Find My thing? Never mind.
I had a really weird dream.
Yeah, what was it?
I was like, you were like a wizard, and you had friends that were also wizards, and then you gave Arabella what's it called? You gave her a power, and someone like you had the double version, she had the mini version where you could like make things from your hands, like you think about it, and then it would just like pop up, like just like there. And then I was really debating whether I should get it or not because apparently it had like a side effect. I forgot the side effect myself. And then I had like PE, and then suddenly I got it, like the power, and I was running and I couldn't even run. It was so weird. Oh, okay, I remember what the side effect was now. The side effect was that sometimes we couldn't control it and it would just happen automatically. And we couldn't let other people know that we were wizards. So it would be really weird if they just saw something come out of our hands.
Huh?
I remember the side effect. It was that sometimes we couldn't control it. Things would just pop out of our hands. So that's why and since it was like a place where people couldn't know that we were wizards, that would just be really weird if they just saw something random come out of our hands. What is that?
They're bad.
Really?
Yeah. The cameras are just super shit. Hold on.
Yeah.
This is kind of a repeat of what we did. I can do this one too. It's just I thought so they don't only see the safety officer with these issues. Oh my God. Like, you know what? Yeah. Miss Garcia's the only one who cares about